Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be recreating another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be recreating this painting by Vincent van Gogh from 1889, from April 1889. It's the portrait of the postman Joseph Roulin, and it's one of 6 portraits that Van Gogh did of this fellow. This is one of the final ones that he did, and we'll get into the whole background and story behind it, because it really takes place at pretty much the most fascinating and famous part of Van Gogh's life, shortly after the famous ear was cut off. Anyway, we'll get to that painting here, and the story of Van Gogh's life. Let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're gonna get some color on the canvas, or sorry, we're gonna get the image onto the canvas first. That's important. Then we're gonna stain the canvas with a little bit of color. That's the Imprimatura. Then we'll take a little break while that dries and talk about Van Gogh's biography briefly. This is about the 10th episode we've done on Van Gogh, so we have talked a lot about different eras of his life, but we haven't really talked about the Roulin family and some of the importance to Van Gogh's life during his time in Arles. Then we'll do a little bit of underpainting. Then we'll work on the background, foreground, finish the background, finish the foreground, and be done somewhere between 3.5 hours, I think. I'm hopefully 4 at the very, very latest. Just because there is some detail in here, and it could take us a little bit of time. I don't think it's a particularly difficult painting, but it's just, some paintings can be simple, but take time. So that's what we're looking at. So if you're joining us for the very first time, remember to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Hit all when you hit the notification bell, so you know when upcoming videos, like over the past few days, we've done a whole bunch of bonus episodes. So if you want to know when those happen, hit the bell, right? And if you find today's episode at all interesting, you can leave a donation as little as $1, the price of a cup of coffee, via the PayPal. There's the super chat function right here in YouTube right now. You can also contact me via my email, which is on my website, or the Facebook group, which I encourage you to join our Facebook group. There is a private Facebook group where there's over, 350 people now. That's amazing, who've come together to learn, to grow, and by sharing their art, they're able to get some feedback from myself once a month, and also from the great group of people. Some of people who are at very different levels and of experience, and so you can surely find someone who identifies with maybe some of the anxieties that come with being an artist, of which there are many, right, at times. Okay, so let's move to our first step here. Our first step is to get the image onto the canvas. And while we could draw this out, and in the link below there is a 45 episode free drawing course that I taught a couple of years ago here on YouTube. You're welcome to take that course and you'll learn how to draw this picture. But if you want to save yourself a little bit of time, you can use the free template that I've included in the Dropbox. So if you look in the description below, you'll see a link to a Dropbox folder, the most simple intro episodes, and the subsequent materials, templates for those episodes at the very top. These are very simple paintings that you can do as well, even with little children. And then as we scroll down here, I think we're in... obviously, we've done some episodes way down here, but I have put in folder 118 today's episode with some of the other Van Gogh paintings. I think there's like 5 Van Gogh folders. Things are a little disorganized because I didn't expect us to be here 347 episodes later. So anyway, this is the painting we're doing today, and then 2 versions of the outline. And let's show you what that outline looks like, and you can download it and print it off. It looks just like this, and let me show you how to get that outline onto your canvas. So I'm going to play this little video here and talk as it happens. So what you see there is the printout from my inkjet printer at home, nothing particularly special, and then I'm using a 9x12 sized canvas board. So just a little bit bigger than the 8.5x11 piece of paper that I printed it out on. I've also done a little bit of pre-gesso, it came gessoed, but I added a little bit more gesso on there so that it's a little bit smoother. And then I'm kind of, you can see me just sort of placing it. I think I put it roughly about the midway point in the picture here, because there is a lot of empty, well, not empty space, but space above his head. And you can see I put the tape down at the bottom rather than the top, because that'll make it just easier to get some of those details. Now, I will let you know that you see all those tiny little ovoid shapes that are in the background that are sort of a little bit gray. I didn't do any of them. So I'm not doing every little detail here. I'm just trying to get the composition in place. So next, you saw me put some of that carbon paper in between the photocopy or the printout and the canvas. Make sure that the shiny side is facing down, unless you have double-sided carbon paper, in which case it doesn't matter. And then I'm just going to go over top of all these lines. Now this can take some time, so I'm just going to zoom around through here. I did maybe about half of the hairs in his beard. We don't need all of them. Again, we'll paint over a lot of that. You know, and then every once in a while do a little double check. Oh, I'm missing some of the hair on the side of his cheek there. Anything else? Look like I'm pretty close. Again, the purpose of this is not to have the perfect copy. It's just to be able to have something to help us get roughly the similar composition to the original, so that we're not worrying about how accurate the drawing is. We're just worried about mixing colors in these particular episodes, right? I think it looks good. Okay, Michael, peel it off. Let's get moving here. A lot of back and forth here. I don't see anything happening. Peel it off already. My goodness. Anyway, what I am doing here is just double checking. I'm flipping it back and forth, looking at a different area of the picture. There we go. Finally pulling it off. And then when you've got that done, you'll have your template. And I like to keep these templates right in front. This is another one I've already done the outline for. This is a different version of, remember I said he did 6. So he did 6 very similar to this. This would be the 7th. I think he did a couple in this sort of pose. But anyway, that's for a future episode. So, once we've got this ready, let's move to our next step here. Okay, so now that we've got the outline onto the canvas here, what we're going to do is we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. And this is a technique that just goes back 600 years before Leonardo da Vinci and the Renaissance painters. The Imprimatura, staining the canvas with a little bit of color. Traditionally, artists use kind of a rusty red, brownish color. We're going to use a yellow to do this, and it does make a little bit of a difference, but I think for the vast majority of people, they won't see any difference whatsoever. I've done these experiments to side by side so people can see, and it's marginally different, but especially if you're a beginner painter, I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever. Anyway, the color we're about to use here is this Azo Yellow Deep by Amsterdam. Now, this brand here is relatively inexpensive brand of paint. You get a lot for relatively little, and that's a good deal, especially when you're starting out. And you can see here we've got 8 tubes of paint. I rarely use my black, as you might know, so you can buy these exact paints. Again, all of this is described in one of the very first Master Study episodes, but if you want to use golden, these are the colors I would use for golden. Golden is much more expensive, a higher grade professional series of paints, and so then I would use this cadmium yellow. Anyway, this is Liquitex Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply Chain, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney. You can always pause and go back or watch the very first video to find out exactly what we just covered there. So let's get some paint onto the canvas here. So I'm taking this here, my Azo Yellow Deep, and put a bit of yellow on there, maybe a little bit more. And my water, where is everything? And this is the only time I ever put water in my acrylic paint, because what I'm doing is I just want to stain the canvas rather than painting the canvas. Because this gessoed canvas, when you buy it canvas from the art supply store, it's been coated with gesso. Gesso is like a paint that's got plaster powder in it, and the plaster absorbs water really well. As anyone who's ever had a broken an arm and put a plaster cast on it, now they use fiberglass for good reason, because those old plaster casts would get wet and get stinky. They absorbed your sweat and just nasty things. And I speak from experience. I've broken a bone in every limb in my body at one time or another, and I've had the plaster casts, and they are very fun to draw on and to have people sign their names and stuff on and paint on. But if you ever get it, if you're ever given the option, go for the fiberglass. Fiberglass cast, you can go swimming. I went swimming with a broken arm once that was in a fiberglass cast. That would be unheard of a few decades before. So my what I'm doing here is just kind of getting the paint roughly spread equally around here. I don't really care if there's streaks or anything, because everything's going to get covered with paint. I just really don't want any texture. I don't want any thick areas where there's, you know, bumps and ridges, because then those things are going to be, those will be there for the rest of the painting, which is not necessarily a bad thing if that's what you want. But if you don't want it, and I don't want it, then this is what I'll do. Okay. You can also see that I wipe all of the excess paint off my brush before I put it in the water. That is going to make this water useful for me for the next 3 hours. I won't have to change my water. I know some people, when they're painting with acrylic, are getting new water every 20-30 minutes because the water gets really dirty so quickly. Oh, look at the comment there. Choosy Clone says, "This channel is my favorite art tutorial class. You have a way of speaking to your audience that makes them feel like they can too be great, or that they too can be great and improve and enjoy making art." That is so sweet. Thank you for saying so. I really, really appreciate. And Kathy says, "I love watching," is not going to paint along, but I love watching though, and all of Michael's great instructions. You guys, you make my day. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All the love. And it is, I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for you guys. So the love is a two-way here, so I appreciate that. Okay, so we've got our Imprimatura on the canvas, ready to go. Again, traditionally it would have been a bit more of a reddish color than this, or even a brownish. You just imagine like a rusty color. How Van Gogh would have done this is a good question. I certainly don't think he did this color here, but it does seem very appropriate for Van Gogh, especially Arles is this town, which we'll get to here in a moment, where he lived when he painted. Actually, he painted this one while he was in the asylum down the road. you know, it's very famous, this region in the south of France, for their sunflowers, which have this kind of same golden yellow. So it seems very appropriate. Okay, more comments there in the chat, but let's. I'm going to get going here, and I'll come back to some of those here in a moment. So, our next step is, while this is drying, I want to kind of talk a little bit about Vincent van Gogh and the story behind this series of paintings, because it comes from a particular body of work that he was working on while he was in Arles. So let's zip over here again. Remember to join the Facebook group. Let's take a look at Van Gogh's biography, right? So Van Gogh, born in 1853 in Holland, and dies in 1890 at age 37. So this painting, done in April 1889, you can see here, just over a year later, he passes away. So this painting is made really at the summit, the peak of Van Gogh's powers, where he has been only painting for, you know, I mean, at the very most, 9 years prior to this, and really for about 4 years full time. So he was a quick learner, but he was making a lot of work. So that should be a good lesson for those of you out there who feel like they're not progressing or they're going slowly. You can embrace the method that Van Gogh did, which was just to make lots of work and not to get hung up on mistakes and perfection, right? So again, we've talked about his early childhood before, so I think we're just going to zoom past that. We did the Potato Eaters painting, really his first big breakthrough painting. We also painted this for Halloween a year or two ago. I can't remember, the skeleton with cigarette. So those are his early paintings, that I guess quote unquote early paintings. And those were made when he was in Holland, and some of them when he was in art school there. And then he moves to Paris, and when he's in Paris, he's living with his brother Theo, who has, at this time, in 1886, I think his children, or was it two kids? I'm trying to remember now, Theo, how many kids he had. But so he's living in this smallish apartment with Theo and his family, his wife, and I think a child or two. And Van Gogh, while I think the idea of him being a crazy, wild man has been grossly exaggerated over the years, he was an eccentric personality, especially according to the times. He was a little bit of a, you know, as a lot of artists can be, a little bit of an oddball character. And, you know, I think if he was alive today, I think people wouldn't bat an eye. He would just blend seamlessly in with the rest of us. But back in the day, a fellow like Van Gogh would have really stood out in a much more conservative time, where artists would have been, you know, it was much rarer for you to encounter an artist anywhere. Because, and we've talked about this many times, just the way that the art quote unquote industry was set up, you really had all of these gatekeepers, and if you didn't sort of follow a particular path, which is to go to art school, and then, or even before art school, is to kind of work with a quote unquote master as their apprentice, and kind of follow this pathway towards joining the academy and submitting your paintings to the academy and exhibiting once a year with the academy. And then from there, art galleries would go to the academy, see some of those paintings, and then sell some of the work that you had on display at the academy. If you didn't follow that path, of which there was only a limited amount of people who were going down that path, then your odds of survival as an artist were virtually zero, right? All throughout Europe, even in North America. So for someone to not be going down that path and yet to consider themselves a full-time artist was, I don't even know how to describe it. Would be sort of like a filmmaker 100 years ago who wasn't involved with the major studio systems. Like, trying to get a movie made would have been really tricky. You know, like, look at the life of Ed Wood, for instance, which was famously played by Johnny Depp in that movie Ed Wood. Was that directed by Tim Burton? Anyway, that was a tangent. Anyway, but so Van Gogh would have he deliberately was pursuing a pathway that didn't really have any the hopes of him achieving success as an artist were pretty slim, going in the direction he was going. And yet he was persistent. He was like very determined, and I think that was probably, again, just like confounding to people, because even if people didn't know an artist themselves, they would have been somewhat familiar with the pathway that artists went. It wouldn't have been too different than someone who wanted to become a surgeon, for instance, if that kind of makes sense. Like, if you wanted to be a surgeon, there's even to this day a very structured pathway to get there. And if you wanted to be a painter 150 years ago, there's a very structured pathway to go there. And so just like if you wanted to be a surgeon, but you couldn't get into medical school, but you were still trying to become a surgeon, people around you would be like, this guy's kooky. What on earth? Now, anybody can be an artist, right? There's many of you watching right now haven't gone to art school and yet still have the desire to become an artist, and there's really no barrier preventing you from doing that, right? Anyway, long story short, Van Gogh is living with his brother Theo and his family in Paris, and there's tension there. Van Gogh is up at odd hours, coming and going. He's big into the booze and smoking cigarettes, and anyone who has a friend like that sleeping on their couch, their wife is not going to be too happy about that. So shortly thereafter, Van Gogh moves to a suburb of Paris, for kind of just north of Paris, for a while. And despite all of this, Van Gogh is very productive. During this 2 years, he makes 200 paintings, and some of them are better than others. There's a few that are well known to this day, but they're probably, most of the work that he does in Paris would be, I guess, considered some of his lesser artworks. Certainly not the big famous paintings that we know of Van Gogh. So Van Gogh, also, I should just say, right before we move on from his time in the north of France, or in Paris, he becomes good friends with one of the impressionist or pointillist painters, Paul Signac. And Signac is fairly well known. He's still a little bit of an outsider, because one of the things so I just mentioned the train to become an artist was to go through the academy. Well, there was a group of artists that became known as the Impressionists, most famously like Claude Monet and Camille Pissarro and Berthe Morisot and so on and so forth, and Edward Manet, not Monet, Manet, but Monet was an Impressionist. But those artists kind of had a revolt against the Academy because they weren't getting their artwork exhibited, so they started their own exhibition, and they started exhibiting through the Salon des Indépendants. And so those artists have sort of created a bit of a rupture in that, in the way things are done to become a professional artist. And so those ripples are starting to ripple out, but there's still the main pathway, the big highway to becoming an artist still exists. There's now a little, dusty road that people have hacked through the forest to try to get there to the same place, but it is it's pretty rough. And I think Van Gogh sees that pathway and he finds it very intriguing. Paul Signac is one of those artists kind of going his own way, and that would have been very inspiring for Van Gogh. And through Theo, I should also mention, Theo himself was becoming a fairly well-known art dealer who was exhibiting many of those Impressionist painters, and was I don't know how friendly he was with them, but he knew them and introduced many of those artists to Van Gogh, including shortly before Van Gogh left Paris to Georges Seurat. And we did a Seurat, maybe remember the Eiffel Tower painting with all those little dots, right? That's pointillism. And so you can really see, like, if we think about the painting, you know, like this is the Potato Eaters, which again we painted last year. So this is the kind of stuff Van Gogh is doing a couple of years before Paris, right? So this is 1885, or a year before he goes to Paris. Here's what he did while he was, I think that was still when he was in Holland. But Van Gogh's getting interested in pointillism. He's been exposed directly to the Impressionists. And he's also, while he's walking around Paris, there is this wild fascination, sudden fascination with all things Japanese, to a slightly less extent Chinese, but mostly with Japanese art. Because one thing that Japanese artists were very smart in doing is that they were making prints of their work, and those prints were widely distributed all around the world. So you could be in Paris like Van Gogh and see prints that were made by some of the great Japanese artists like Hiroshige, who's and Hokusai the Great Wave. We did that painting a couple of years ago. So Van Gogh sees those, and that is also creating a kind of a shock to him. So there's pointillism, Impressionism, and Japanese prints that Van Gogh is now putting into his backpack, as he then decides, you know what, I got to get out of Paris. I'm drinking too much, partying too much. It's too stressful. I'm in this cramped apartment with my brother and his family, and they're not too happy with me around all the time. So he gets on a train, goes 15 hours south to the south of France. So here's Paris, and you know, you can take a high-speed train now. It probably takes you 2 or 3 hours, but back then that was a pretty big journey from Paris all the way down here to the south of France. So right here, close to the Mediterranean and the Côte d'Azur, we have the town of Arles, which is a beautiful little town. Right now it's a kind of a city, but it still has a very small town-like vibe. It's also was an important Roman center or capital, where they still have the Roman amphitheater in the center. And I don't know if they still do it, but I saw a bullfight there many years ago. And where Van Gogh settles is this house, which he called the Yellow House, right next to this roundabout here in Arles. So let's see here. So the Yellow House was this building that he rented, and he rented this top floor here. And what his big plan was to establish a art residency, like some sort of art colony, and all of his good friends like Paul Gauguin and Seurat and Signac, all of these great artists from Paris. He's writing them letters saying, I've got this beautiful top floor of this building in Arles. The light is gorgeous. You guys got to leave the cloudy, rainy Paris. Come down south. Stay with me. We're going to transform the world. And he's probably talking in a way that's even more animated and excited as I am. And he's just swept up with the energy in the south of France here. And he's writing letters. You can read all the letters that he wrote to his friends, and this is where he he's convinced this is going to be where he makes his breakthrough, and he's not too far off. Inside that house, he also decides he's going to go about decorating the inside of this place, because it's like bare walls. There's nothing. It's not the most beautiful place. I think there's like a chair and a bed in there, and so he wants to really decorate it with all of these paintings. So he goes about this plan, and again, one of the things with Van Gogh is he wrote like a letter or two every day, and was constantly in communication with his friends up north, as well as his brother, as well as his sisters too. That's interesting. I read a really great book just recently on the Van Gogh sisters, which I didn't even know he had any sisters, right? That's a whole other thing. But there is a great, I think it's called the Van Gogh sisters. Anyway, so he goes about this plan to decorate this, and he wrote about this in his letters to his brother. And one of the things he starts doing is exploring the same image over and over and over and over again in an attempt to explore different styles, different colors, different painting techniques, etc. So really the first thing that comes out of this, probably the most famous of which, is his series of paintings of sunflowers. And he does, I think, 8 paintings in total. Not all of them here. Some of them he does later on. But this is where the series begins, with these sunflowers, right? And so if you're like, wow, I've seen this one before. Well, again, there's many different versions of them scattered throughout the museums around the world. So that's the first thing that he's really starts exploring. The other thing he starts doing is he wants to sort of make portraits of as many people in Arles as possible. And so he finds people like some farmers, another artist that he probably met. Here's this poet at one of the local cafes, some local soldiers garrisoned nearby, and one of the postman. Remember, Van Gogh is writing letters every day, and his brother Theo is writing a letter back to him almost every day. So he sees this guy, Joseph Roulin, at least once a day, if not to hand him a letter, and then later on to receive a letter. So obviously conversations would arise quite quickly, because even though this is long before cell phones and email, and so people have to write letters if you're communicating with people further away, most people aren't writing that many letters to their friends and family back home as Van Gogh is. So clearly Joseph Roulin gets a lot of exposure to Van Gogh, and he's probably like, so what's the deal? All of these letters, every day I'm seeing you. And not only would he just see Van Gogh, but he would have seen Van Gogh painting all the time, because Van Gogh's out on this sidewalk in front of the house painting the house, as we saw just a moment ago. He would have seen him. It's possible that Joseph Roulin would have seen Van Gogh way out in the countryside painting on his way to deliver mail to somebody over there. So every day he's seeing him in different places, probably coming up and chatting with him and looking at the progress of the painting, and then later on seeing the finished version of it. So, like it or not, Joseph Roulin is kind of pulled into the circle, the orbit of Vincent van Gogh. I should also just really quickly mention Van Gogh starts doing all these paintings of interiors. This is the first version of a Starry Night, not the most famous one, but this is an iconic version. He paints his bedroom and the chairs. He paints his shoes. So there's lots. He's very busy. Okay, we'll come back to some of these paintings here, because you see here's more sunflowers. So that's he starts making these paintings, and he starts painting the postman Joseph Roulin. And not only does so then he does that full-size version, and then he starts making these portraits of, and here's one drawing. I love this drawing. I absolutely love that drawing. Here's a few more. Okay, so he does a whole bunch of paintings of Joseph Roulin, and then he's like, do you know anybody else I can paint? And Joseph Roulin says, well, I do have a family. I got a wife and daughter, and I've got a son who's like a teenager now. If you're interested, they might be willing to sit for you. And I think this is also very appealing to Van Gogh for a number of reasons. One is that it's not clear if he paid them any money or not. So he might have either got them to pose for him for free, or for maybe the price of a cup of coffee or lunch or something, which was probably a great deal, because up in Paris, there's a whole industry of artist models who are charging, the equivalent of maybe $10 to $20 an hour. And if you're a poor artist, that could be, a couple of nights of hiring a model to paint for you is between that and paying your rent for the month, right? So Van Gogh is very excited that he now has access to some relatively inexpensive or even potentially free models, as well as the idea of painting an entire family really appeals to Van Gogh. The idea of documenting an entire group of people that are known to one another and trying to dive into the psychology of that family, I think, is very appealing to him. And Van Gogh, despite the fact that he never had children or married, I think he was devoutly religious, even though he was because he wanted to be a priest at one time and was kind of basically kicked out of the seminary. I think the idea of family seemed to him like this very wholesome kind of concept, and I think he probably did want to have a family at some time, and probably would have had he not died at the age of 37. So the other thing, so we saw there's more pictures of Arnaud, the son, or Armand, sorry. I think we'll come to them here. Here's Camille, the younger son, and Marcel. I think this is that's a girl's name, Marcel, right? So there's this big family, and now here you see this painting is of Joseph Roulin's wife, but this one's done by Paul Gauguin. So in September of 1888, Gauguin travels down to Arles. I think he's finally had enough of Van Gogh sending him like probably a letter every day telling him about how amazing Arles is and how he's got to come down and we're going to change the world together. I think he's like, okay, geez, I'm going to go down and see what all the hubbub is. And he goes down there, and initially they get along really well, and they're painting side by side some of the same things. And so it's really kind of fascinating to see the two, like, so for instance, here's the one that Van Gogh's working on, and here's the one that Gauguin is working on, right? The easel is sort of, Gauguin's on one side and Van Gogh's on the other, and Madame Roulin's in between there. Apparently, Madame Roulin found Van Gogh to be a little bit of an oddball character, and really wanted Gauguin there if Van Gogh was painting her, because he was just like, didn't want to be alone with him too long. Either, I don't think it was because she was afraid of him. She was probably just like, what a weirdo. Like, he's just rambling and talking about all these things. Like, it would be nice if someone was there to kind of distract him a little bit. So we'll just kind of go through some of these. Now, one of the things, if you're looking at these, a lot of these paintings are very similar, even the sunflowers. And most historians believe that after the first few paintings that Van Gogh did, he would often make rather than going and having that person sit down for a fourth or fifth or sixth painting, he's making paintings based on the paintings he's already done. Because I think he likes the composition, and he's confident in the composition. Now he's thinking about, okay, how could I, maybe the background should be changed. I'll change the color of their clothing. And so we can see there's lots of different versions of these same paintings. Okay, here's Armand again. I love this painting. I think it's just gorgeous. Just the expression, the hat. Right. Incidentally, by the way, if you are interested, Armand, the oldest son of Joseph Roulin, is the central figure in that movie Loving Vincent. So if you haven't seen Loving Vincent, what are you doing right now? You got to just go watch that movie. It might be on Netflix or Amazon Prime. Loving Vincent, an awesome film that is the entire movie is animated and painted in Vincent van Gogh's style, and it's the narrator, the main person that the story is following, is Armand Roulin. Sort of telling the last few years of Van Gogh's life. Anyway, you can see the little child Camille starting to grow up here. A little baby. I mean, I'm going to look through all of them because there's a lot of painting. Van Gogh, while he's down in Arles, is cranking out lots of artwork, just like he did in Paris, but now the paintings are getting better and better. So previously when he was he did 200 paintings, and let's say half of them are great and half of them are kind of like, yeah, and probably another 30 of them are yeah, not so good. By the time he's in Arles and he's cranking out a couple hundred of these new paintings, I'd say like 80 to 90% of them are home runs. He is at the top of his game here. What else do I want to say here? So, actually, maybe just it's worth... So the painting we're going to be doing today, I think, is one of the very last paintings as part of this series on Joseph Roulin. It was purchased in 1989 by the Museum of Modern Art from a private collector for then the outrageous sum of $58 million in 1989 dollars, plus a bunch of other artworks. And these artworks, is interesting that there was a Monet, and a Renoir, a Kandinsky, and a Picasso, all deaccessioned from the Museum of Modern Art's collection, as well as $58 million for the purchase of today's painting, which comes out to, what is it, $113 million. Where are we on this list? $131 million. So really, up until about 15 years ago, this painting was the most expensive painting ever sold. And you can see it in the collection of the Museum of Modern Art to this day. I'm just trying to think if there's a few things. Another thing about Joseph Roulin is apparently he was a fellow that liked to drink, just like Van Gogh. So I think they also had that in common. And that there's speculation is that might be one of the reasons why he's got these kind of rosy cheeks. And also, I think, I don't know if it says here, but Joseph Roulin was also a very interested in politics, in socialism, and I think they had some very deep, heated conversations about politics as well. So they got along really well. In fact, I'm just watching a few little videos that have some clips of some quotes by Joseph Roulin, and he just talks about like how he was a great friend of Picasso, or not Picasso, Van Gogh, and Van Gogh himself. I think, what's the quote in here? He talks about Joseph Roulin was a little bit older than Van Gogh, and that he looked up to Joseph Roulin, maybe not as necessarily a father, but he felt like that Joseph Roulin was like an old soldier, how like an old soldier might mentor a young soldier. I think that's a really interesting metaphor that he thought of it that way, and very apt, I think. And here's a quote, Vincent van Gogh describing Joseph Roulin: "A good soul, so wise and so full of feeling, so trustful." Okay, so we're going to wrap up here in just a second. We'll just kind of finish this little bit of the story. So remember, we said Paul Gauguin in September of 1889. Is it 1889? Yes. September of 1889 moves down to Arles to be with Van Gogh, and it is tumultuous. It develops into a very tumultuous situation where Van Gogh continues to be a very excitable fellow, and Gauguin is a little bit more conservative. He's a little bit older, not quite as excitable temperament-wise, and eventually they start quarreling more and more frequently. Both of them love to drink, and on December 23rd, 1889, Van Gogh famously, after a big argument with Paul Gauguin, cuts off part of his ear and walks down the street, gives it to... Well, the story used to be that he gave it to a prostitute in the red light district. It's now believed that the woman he gave it to was not a prostitute, although... and there's a great documentary that was it Channel 4 or the BBC did about this a few years ago. But anyway, that kicks off, becomes really the beginning of the end for Van Gogh. That whole ear cutting incident really shocks everyone in Arles. Even by this point, also Joseph Roulin Joseph Roulin has moved to Marseille in search of a higher paying job, so he's not there in town. Van Gogh is basically, he voluntarily commits himself to an asylum in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence. So here's Arles, right? There's the Mediterranean Ocean down there in the bottom, and about Saint-Rémy-de-Provence is about would have been at the time maybe like an hour train ride away. I think it's about a 4-hour walk. So, just down the road, essentially, there's an asylum here, or it's kind of a monastery, kind of and a very small little museum. I'm trying to remember. I think it was closed when I was there. So it's this kind of square-like building with a courtyard in the center, and that's where Van Gogh goes from basically the beginning of January until the summer of 1889. Remember, Van Gogh dies at the end of the summer of 1889, so this is really the beginning of the end. And but it's important to know that while he's in this monastery, Joseph Roulin, the postman, the subject of many of his paintings, and whose family also sat for Van Gogh many times, comes all the way from Marseille several times to visit Van Gogh in the asylum, and writes, checks in on him, writes letters to Theo and his sisters back in Paris and in Holland. And that, I think, I didn't realize that until putting together today's episode. I did not realize the extent of the friendship between these two men. And I think that's really touching, because again, the myth of Van Gogh as being this total social outcast who's chased away with pitchforks in the middle of the night to the asylum is just not true. In fact, if you watch that great documentary about Van Gogh's ear being cut off, really what that investigative reporter author kind of uncovers is that really it's almost like he's renovicted, which is a term here, if you haven't heard that, that's a very Vancouver word. He's basically evicted from the house by the landlord and some of the landlord's buddies who are kind of thinking about redeveloping that area. And they just see Van Gogh as kind of a nuisance. I'm sure they were fed up with his antics, but they sort of cooked up they were like, okay, this is the perfect way to get him out of town, and then we can hike up the rent on these apartments, which are, you know, kind of very centrally located. So he's not really, it's not like there's this wide uprising of people who hate Van Gogh. It's a very specific group of people who chase him out of town, so this is where he is, and that's where this painting was made. While Van Gogh is in the monastery, or the asylum, it's now a monastery, is where Van Gogh continues to make some of his final paintings. Let's just scroll down here. You know, the famous paintings of his ear cut off. You know, the Starry Night, of course. But it's, you know, we're getting very close. You can see he becomes kind of interested in the paintings themselves become kind of depressing. But it's also worth mentioning that Van Gogh also has his very first exhibition at this time back in Paris as part of one of the Salons des Indépendants. So he's exhibiting with some of the Impressionist painters, and then there's his death on July 27th, 1890. And we've talked about, there's various different theories about that. Some of the most recent research suggests that he actually did not shoot himself, but was shot by some kids playing with a gun, and he said that he had shot himself to cover for them so they wouldn't get into trouble. Anyway, I think, have I covered everything I want to cover there? There's probably going to be a few more things that come up in today's episode, but I see some comments that Choosy Clone says, and when you review viewers' art, you focus on the positives and are super encouraging. I think that inspires people to create more, and they will improve by default just from the ego boost. Absolutely. I think what most beginner painters lack is confidence. Not really technique. It's by building people's confidence, I think, is very, very helpful. And it's not just me throwing around superlatives and false what is it called? False praise. I think anybody who's taking the time to try to learn to paint is doing the world a great service. Heidi says, this is also my favorite channel. In fact, this is the only channel I watch. You guys. And then there's Creating says, hi, I'm almost always watching this channel when I go to sleep. I live in the Netherlands, and it's 2 in the morning here. Well, thank you, everyone, again, for tuning in and watching, even when it's 2 in the morning. Okay. Okay. So let's move on now to doing a little bit of underpainting for this particular painting. And when I say underpainting, there's many different ways that people think about underpainting, and I've also used the term in very different ways, but the way that I tend to talk about it these days is essentially doing a little bit of outlining with a darker color, so that if we paint other layers of paint over top of our pencil lines, we don't lose our pencil lines. Because essentially what a lot of artists used to do is they would combine the underpainting with the Imprimatura. So they might be staining this with that rusty red, and then also maybe make a little bit of a darker rusty red color to do quickly some of these lines. And I think, based on my research for this painting, Van Gogh did not do an underdrawing for this. So actually just literally started directly painting color onto the canvas without any reference on here. Because at this point, that comes from a letter Van Gogh wrote, that he just felt confident enough at this point in his artistic journey that he could just go directly into the canvas, which that's a leap, right? Those of you who've been painting for just a little bit be like, wow, somebody could just start painting and just figure it out as it's happening. It's a little bit more like a chef making a complex meal without referring to the recipe. They're like, I got it in here. I don't even know how many cups of flour I use. I just kind of go mix it together, right? So that's sort of what Van Gogh, where he's at this stage of his career. So let's get a little bit of paint on here. Let's start putting our paint on the palette. As I always say, I put about as much paint on the palette as toothpaste on my toothbrush. That's if my teeth are really, really dirty. And I think one of the things I've noticed is I don't know what it is, but I use less and less cool red these days. I'm not sure why. I was thinking today it might have something to do with not my approach to painting, but the paintings that we often use as reference for these classes, because artists 100 years ago did not have access to these paints that we have here. These are really saturated colors, and I guarantee you, if even Van Gogh himself, let alone Leonardo da Vinci, walked into the studio and looked, they'd be like, wow, like ultramarine blue in a tube, this must cost the price of like a whole year's salary. And you're like, oh no, it's $12 at the art supply store. $12! Oh my goodness. Like, that's incredible, because something like even an ultramarine blue, it's the actual original pigment comes from one mine in Afghanistan. And so to be able to get a color like that would have been really, really outrageously expensive. So we would have only seen little tiny bits of that in an artist's painting 500 years ago, or even 300 years ago. Okay. How big of just deciding how much of this paint I want, or black, I want to make. Or actually, the question should be, do I even want to make a black? I'm just looking at the original, thinking, I think I will make a black. I was just thinking maybe with it's, before I just sort of assume maybe he was making a painting with a bright red or something. Anyway, to make a black, what we're going to do is take our cool blue, our cool yellow, and our warm red. We're going to need a bit more of this warm red. Roughly 50, or not 50, 33% of each of these, and we'll stir them together and see what we get. And because this combination of colors, they cancel themselves all out, and we get a dark gray if we get the ratios correct. If you're doing this in your colors a little bit purple, what does that tell you? If it's purple, that tells us we've probably got a nice amount of blue and red, but not enough yellow. If it's kind of greenish, we got these colors, but we need a little more red. If it's brown, we got this, but we need a little bit more blue. So one of the ways that I was just talking about this teaching a class in person the other day. When you're making a black, you're going to need a yellow, a red, and a blue, and you want to think about basically adding the opposite color here. So for instance, if it's a little bit green, we got a green, we add the opposite color, red. If it's kind of a little bit orangey, we add some blue. If it's a little bit purpley, what's the opposite color? Yellow, right? So, right, if it's purple, add yellow. If it's kind of orangey, add blue. If it's greenish, add red. Right, so you're just using the opposite color on the color wheel to pull, let's say this green, by adding that color, we're pulling it to the middle. That purple, you add that yellow to pull it into the middle. A kind of orangey brown, right? You have this color, you add this one, and it pulls it into the middle. So, I think that's pretty good. If it was a little bit more purpley or green or brown at this stage, that wouldn't matter to me at all, because ideally most of what I'm about to do now is going to get covered with paint. Or I don't know if it's ideal that happens, but what we're doing is just establishing some lines so that they don't get lost under subsequent layers of paint here. And really, my focus is just going to be on this face here. So, I'm just going to use the brush that I just mixed that color with, and so you can see how kind of quickly I'm painting here. It back out to show you. So only the lines that I think areas where we have maybe different paint that I'm going to be painting over am I worried about. Do I want to do I think that's okay. I think everything else is going to be okay. I'm really just looking for like little landmarks, so that if, let's say, all of this just turned into one blob, what would help me find, let's say, where this area is, like this little bit of his collar. Like, if I can figure that out, I can find that, then I can sort of figure the rest out. You know, it's not too dissimilar to thinking of, like, let's say you got lost while you're camping. If you can kind of find a couple of things in the landscape that could help you find your way back to your tent or to the road, that's all you need, right? You're like, oh, that's that tree, that really big tall tree. I remember that. Okay, so that was just right next to my campsite, so I just have to walk next to that tree. I'll be okay. Tiny says, I can't wait for my sketch machine to come in so that I can do this. Your sketch machine. Now I'm intrigued. What is a sketch machine and where can I get one? That sounds cool. Okay. So I think that's good enough for that stage. Let's go. Okay, so now let's start putting some color into the background. And if you know anything about how I like to work, I like to go from the background to the foreground then go back to the background, finish the background, and then go to the foreground and finish the foreground. So I like to work in these passes or steps, as I call them, right? So we pass over and get kind of colors roughly in place, because, you know, if we just start like trying to make this, let's say this perfect or this perfect, it's really hard to judge whether the colors are as perfect as I think they are with all this yellow around here, or even if it's just white. It's very hard to judge how those colors are working before they're all there and we can see how they interact with one another. Oh, Tanya says, like the camera obscura. Is it the Lucy? Did you order the Lucy? I have the Lucy in a box over here. I plan to make a video review of it. I get sent stuff every once in a while by people to review, and I haven't done the reviews. So let's put some color. In fact, before we just put color, we should try and figure out what color is actually there and how this painting would have been done. Now, what green is that? So the green, it's interesting because this green is a kind of a warmer green, so which is a little bit different than what we tend to do, which is to try to use our cool colors in the background, warm colors in the foreground. So for the most part, this whole painting, there's a lot of warmer colors in here. This blue is a little bit of more of a cobalt that kind of exists in between our warm and cool blues. But again, this I think goes back to what Van Gogh's doing, is really experimenting with different approaches to not just painting and the style and his famous kind of brushstrokes, but I think with color too. Like I'm sure Van Gogh knew about warm and cool colors and where to put them to get to achieve space by putting our cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground, that we're going to get that depth. But I think here he's probably saying to himself, is there a different way to do this? What happens if I throw in a warm color into the background? So let's follow Van Gogh's lead. Let's put some warmer green in there. I think I'm still going to temper it with, I'm going to make it a little bit cooler, and then we can make it warmer if need be, especially because if we're going to do a few passes of this color. So let's start with a cooler color so you can see the difference between these. So let's take some of our cool blue. We'll just use most of that. And we'll take our cool yellow. Mix this together. And if we put these two side by side, I think you can see how cooler that is. It's cool, right? So there's two things we can do. We can now mix. Actually, you know, it might be a little bit fun to do this just to see the difference here. Let's just get a smaller brush. So let's say we want to mix a warmer green. Let's do this right here. Take our warm yellow and warm blue. And you can see that that's much closer to the color, right? In fact, let's just... Oop. Come on, where am I? See how that green is just almost exactly the same, that warm green, versus this cool green. So it's possible we can use this color, however, still by modifying it ever so slightly. So for instance, if we take a little bit of red, which is on the other side of the color wheel, and put this in the green. It's not a perfect science, but can you see how it's losing its intensity? It's becoming a little bit more muted, not too dissimilar from our warm green, right? It's almost like we're pulling that cool green towards the warmer color, right? So, you know, we could use one or the other here. Just trying to think, what would be what's the, do I want to try to make a cool, let's use our warm, because the color looks like that. I was just seeing if I could maybe get away with mixing those colors. The other thing we could do is we could paint this fairly saturated cool blue or cool green back here. This cool yellow will interact with that. Let's try that, just for fun. You could do it differently. So if you wanted, the fastest way and the most guaranteed successful way would be to use this color, to mix your warm green using warm yellow and warm blue, and just paint that directly in here. I'm going to have just a little bit of fun experimenting and just see what might happen if we do this. Let's say I take some matte medium, which is clear paint, right? My matte medium is clear. There's no color in it. It's essentially exactly what's in all of these paints, except it doesn't have any pigment. So I'm going to mix this in here. I'm just going to mix all the color we just mixed here. So we've got this much more electric green, this cold green, but by adding that matte medium in here, I'm making it way more transparent. So that transparency, what's going to happen is it's going to, it's almost like I'm adding warm yellow into this color, because that warm yellow is going to shine through here. So let's see. I don't think it's going to work perfectly well, and I might have to go back and use a bit of a warmer green here, but it's always fun just to play a little bit, right? Yeah, it's not exactly, you can see how it's pretty electric, right? Possibly if I put more yellow, more cool yellow in here. But you know, you never really know these things until you do them, right? Now, I don't think he would have done this. I think he would have just gone straight to that warmer green. But I'll paint it in, and then we'll paint the other green over top of it in just a second. The one benefit of just adding paint like this is that I'm building up some paint into the weave of the canvas, and that's just going to help make this a smoother surface to paint on anyway. So the more paint on there, the better, as far as I'm concerned, because first of all, it's going to make that layer just appear more complex, but it's also going to fill in the weave, the texture there, so that subsequent layers just go on nice and easy. So do I want to start painting? I'm gonna just, so I don't have to blow dry quite as long and have the camera on mute, or the audio on mute. I'm gonna paint some blue in here. So let's do this as well. Let's get that started. Now, this color is a little bit in between. Remember I said it's a bit more of a cobalt blue? So a cobalt blue exists in between our warm blue and our cool blue. And so people are like, oh, so you mean it's a primary blue? Well, no, because every color is either a little bit warmer or cooler. By mixing a little bit of those colors together, I just sort of go in between them. Right, just the cobalt blue, because it's in between there, is doesn't work as well for the split primary palette because it's not extreme enough. It's a little bit more on the it's just we won't get it quite as intense purples or greens that way. Anyway, I put a little bit of matte medium in there just to thin it out and get a slightly thinner color. Now, is this the exact color that he used? It doesn't look like it. Also because I've got to overcome my my warm yellow, which I painted down here. You can see it's not that different than the color we painted above in the background either, right? And that's because we've got that matte medium inside here that is turning this blue, which I made a little bit transparent, into kind of a green. So you could see how putting a color like that is going to affect subsequent layers of paint. Okay. So let's leave it like that. I'm going to do more another layer here later on. I may even put a little bit of tiny bit of white in there. Okay. So, you know, if I wanted, I could just keep going forward with these two colors, and I think I would have a very electric painting, which could look really cool, like very, very contemporary. And would certainly, like, just as it is, this painting is totally unlike anything that anyone would have seen during Van Gogh's time. Those colors are so saturated. I do want to just blow dry that really quickly. And there's Sandra chiming in, says, "Hi friends, love this story about Van Gogh and his best friend BFF. By the way, Michael, it's okay to use a little cool red, as usually that's the most expensive pigment for me, next to the warm blue." Yeah, I mean it's funny, but that's, you know, it's important to realize that was a major consideration for artists. And so when we think about why paintings look the way they did, it's not only because of the artist's creative decisions, but sometimes the financial choices played into that, right? If one pigment was 5, 10, 500 times more expensive than the other, then you're probably going to try to figure a way to not use it. Just like someone, I know, doing renovations on your house, and if there's a choice between using pine and cedar, and maybe the ultimate difference is they're going to get covered anyway, well, you're going to go for the cheapest wood possible. You're not going to put the most expensive wood in there if no one's going to see it, right? And you might just use a little bit of that wood where somebody might see it. So, yeah, anyway. Okay, so I want to go back in here, and let's try to get this green closer to the original. I also, I mean, I did this because I was just curious, but this kind of thing might happen to some of you often, right? You get the color wrong and it's like, oh, messed it up. Hey, no problem. We can just put another color over top of it and keep on going, right? So let's take our warm yellow and warm blue, mix these together, and this is much closer to the color that we ultimately wanted here. Now, because I've got this green here, I want to keep that in mind, because I'm also going to add a little bit of matte medium into this color. So what we're going to do is we're just going to modify this. We're not going to, I mean, I could just paint this paint right over top. The thing is I might lose my pencil marks, and it could also get a little bit too dark for my liking. So I'm just going to put a thin layer of semi-transparent paint over top of the background as a way of modifying it. And we look at that color. Well, let's just see. That's pretty close. Maybe just a little bit more blue in here. Yeah, there we go. Now I am losing some of my pencil marks, but that's because it's a little bit thick there. I think as I spread this out, they will come back. And if anything, you know what? I think it's kind of cool that I've got a little bit of slightly different green kind of underneath. Again, it just adds to that sense of complexity that maybe not everybody notices when they look at a painting. But if you do know a little bit about painting, boy, is it satisfying to see that when you're looking at another artist's painting. Like, ooh, that is cool. Look what they've been doing. So I had little striations in there. I'm trying to get rid of those brush strokes. So still looks a little bit kind of electric green there. So I'm going to blow dry this and then paint again a little bit more on top. May even make it a little bit thinner. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna do this again, but because I'm gonna do another layer, I don't want it to get too opaque. So I'm adding more of this matte medium into the same color, and maybe let's put a bit more blue in here, a little bit more yellow. But very little. I think that's about as much as I want to do there. As that dries, it's going to get closer. Maybe since we started the jacket and hat with that blue, let's, I think we'll just go again on top there. I'm going to take a bit more ultramarine blue, put this in here, and also just a little bit of white, like a bit of white. Right? You got to be careful. Because that white dulls the color down. It also makes it more opaque. Like, whoa. Okay. So you can see how suddenly it does a really good job of covering. And it kind of gets a little bit more electric. So oh, you know, I just noticed how he's painting. Okay, so I didn't realize that he had all these little brush strokes in here. Okay, so gonna do a little bit more of that in a subsequent layer. Try to get a bit of that texture in there. So that's good that this isn't perfect, because we'll paint a little bit more on top to give a bit more texture. So good. Okay. Great. So, I was thinking, should I blow dry anything? I think that's okay. So now we've got some color in the background, and I also did a little bit of color in the foreground in terms of the hat and the jacket for the Postman here. So now really for our foreground, what we're going to do is get some color in the face, in the beard, and then once that's done, we're going to go back to the background, finish the background, put some of the details in there, and so yeah, let's do that. So we're going to mix a color. Now this is interesting. So this is where we get into the way that Van Gogh painted. And we want to think about what color is underneath everything here. Now we painted this warm yellow as an Imprimatura to get things started. Van Gogh also probably put some color down there and then put another thing over top of it. And what I'm doing now is I want to investigate, what is that color that's there? Is there one color there, or are there various different colors? At least on his forehead and nose, what I see is a little bit of this kind of almost like a grayish green. You can see most of it up here. It looks like he didn't do too much on the forehead. Once he got that established, the nose. That is an interesting color to put down. So he obviously had done this painting at least 5 other times before he got to this point, or 4 other times, one of which is a sketch. So, but essentially he's painted this painting a number of times before. So he's kind of experimenting here. So let's try to get this color, this kind of grayish. In fact, one thing that we used to do that I haven't done in a while is just show you some of the tools that we can use to get here, so to match color. I think what are the, okay, just want to find all of these resources. So just 1 second, I get this set up, and we can just use these free resources which are on the web. Okay, so there's a link in the description below. I think it's called Color Matching Tools, and one of this first one here, you click on the web page, and then it gives you upload a photograph or image to it. And so I've uploaded today's painting. Let's use our color picker. Try to find. So as I'm clicking around on the face, I'm looking at this and seeing. What I'm doing is I'm clicking in a number of places to. Let me see if I can make that bigger. Oops, I guess that didn't help. I'm trying to get this. Keep on clicking so that I see what is, like, if I click here, you can see the colors are changing dramatically. I want to see where the colors are really not changing a lot, where we're all in the same sort of vicinity. Looks like that's pretty close. And so here's the resulting color and the hex code, which we can then put into another one here. And this tells us what that color is and a little bit about the way that it's composed. Again, these 2 web pages are in the description below. So this color tells us it's located pretty close to the neutral core, that it's a brown, and that it's kind of like a grayish brown, right? Because this is our, if we go up here, we get into the blacks, we go in here, we go into the whites, so we're in kind of in between, a little bit on the grayish side. And also that it is kind of a warmer orange brown. Okay, interesting. So what we'll do is we're going to mix this color together, and actually let's do this side by side, I think. Oops. One of these days I'm going to develop my own web software or something to help people, and if you know of a website that's better than this kind of roundabout system, I would love to know what it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our warm yellow, let's put this here, our warm red, mix this together, and we get this kind of orange, right? So if those 2 colors, if we mixed them together right there, that's what the color is, right? But we're going to add some of the opposite color, a little bit of blue, and this blue is a colder blue, so that's another little clue. All right, we can add a little bit of this colder blue to this mixture. And it becomes a bit of a brown. And then we can add some white and a little bit of black. And by adding that, basically we're adding a gray to the color. And a little more black. And we look at that and it's like, well, still a little bit more on the orangey side. So we need more blue. Take a little bit more of our cool blue. What do you think? I think we're pretty close. Maybe just a little bit more. You don't. If I keep on adding blue, it's going to swing the other way, and then I got to put more of this color in there. I think for our purpose, that's pretty close. Let me see. guess maybe just a little bit more blue. Maybe a bit more yellow. Maybe a bit more of that blue. I think we're pretty close, right? Okay. So, what we're going to do then is now we're going to paint that onto the face. Oops, go the other way. Let's maybe zoom out. Now remember, there's a lot of white in here, so if I paint over some of these lines, I'm possibly going to lose them, which is why I went to all that effort to paint my underpainting first, right? You know, it looks like he actually painted this potentially. I'm just going to paint over everything. It looked like he kind of painted this underneath all of this, so. And I'm also going down to the bottom of the beard here. Okay, now that color does look a little bit different because there is that warm yellow that I applied underneath everything to start. So even though the color was almost identical on my brush, when I put it down here, the warm yellow that's underneath here is turning that gray into a little bit more of a brown. And so that doesn't surprise me, but that's that accounts for why there is a little bit of a difference. Because the color, even if you mix that color perfectly on your palette, when you put it on the painting, especially if it's going over top of other colors, it's going to change. It's going to appear to be different. You know, in the same way that if you take you cut some cheese off a block of cheese and you eat it, it's going to taste one way, versus if you take that block of cheese, you cut a piece off and you put it on a cracker, yes, that cheese hasn't changed, but when you bite into it, you're also biting into the cracker. And so the flavor, the combination of those flavors is different than the cheese on its own. There's Carol says, "This is my first time watching you. I love Van Gogh, so the timing is perfect. Your process is quite interesting." Awesome. Hi, Carol. Thanks for tuning in. So, I think let's just take a second to look at this painting right now, because I'll bet you a lot of money that this painting looked very similar to what we're looking at right now. And I know that some people would look at the painting, the original painting, and look at this and be like, oh my goodness, I'm totally lost in the weeds. So it can be hard as a beginner to allow a painting to get in this direction if you want it to go to what we see on the left there, right? And that's part of, as you grow as a painter, is to understand that there are many steps to a painting. And this is, we're probably, if we think of a flight of stairs, we're like 4 steps up the stairs. And you'd be like, whoa, I feel like there's got to be another 500 steps if this is 3 of 10 steps. Well, you'd be surprised. And these are probably some of the most important steps, especially when you're painting work by an artist like Van Gogh, who is layering with colors. Okay, so now we've got this in here. I think what I want to do is just blow dry that because I'm going to paint over top of it. Okay. Man, I got the fans blowing all over the place, so if you hear that kind of a sound in the background, it's because it's been hot in Vancouver the last little bit, which is great because it's been a very cold, rainy winter. Okay. Wow. Okay, so the next step. I think it's actually, you know, what's interesting is just thinking too, remember when I was doing that kind of a wrap-up of biography on Vincent van Gogh and talking about the influence when he left Paris, how he was good friends with Signac, and he briefly visited Soros's studio with his brother Theo. He is clearly really been influenced by the Impressionists, and more specifically the Pointillist painters who were kind of at the tail end of Impressionism, and by the way that he's juxtaposing opposing colors side by side here, which is very different than the way that classical academic painters painted. Let's think about the next step, next colors here. So we got a lot of greens and greens and oranges, browns is how he's building this up. So I'm thinking to myself, what would be the best order of things to do here? What I think would make sense is actually probably to go into I was going to say the red, but you know, I think what I'm going to do is use this orange, and I'm going to use that orange to maybe do a little bit of outlining even, and I can paint that into a few places. So basically, also really at this stage of the painting, I'm probably now going to be doing most of the work with a smaller brush. Now that we got a lot of the big things established, what Van Gogh would be doing, and this is why it takes time, is he's using a small brush to paint in a larger area. And that can be frustrating for some people. They're like, oh god, this is going to take forever if I use a tiny brush. But hey, this is Van Gogh's whole approach to painting at this stage of his career. All right, so I've taken my warm yellow and my warm red, and I don't think he applies any of this anywhere in its full strength, so we're adding some white to it, which gives it a bit more of a slightly peachy quality, right? So let's zoom in. ear. You're going to paint his lips with this orange. Okay. Is there any more orange as it is? It looks like that's okay for right now. And I might paint more back on there later, right? This is just our first pass of this color. Let's go to... Let's make this more of a brown. So to turn this color into a brown, we want to take some of our warm blue. Right, the blue across the color wheel, this warm blue. We're going to mix it into here. And that goes a little bit greenish. Actually, that's kind of nice. We're actually, well, let's reuse that color like that here in a moment. But I want a bit more of a brown, so let's add a bit more warm red in here too. A bit more brown, or a bit more blue. Okay. We could put a lot of this brown into his beard as well. And this is where, probably when it comes to the beard, I'm going to be sort of playing pretty fast and loose with, because just, I'm not going to try to recreate where every single little brown brushstroke goes, right? That just becomes kind of silly. And especially because these are kind of foundational under layers, we just sort of get some of this in, and then we might paint some of it out. And that's the way that he's painting here, very clearly. Like, he's probably going very fast. I don't think Joseph Roulin sat for this painting. He's probably in the Van Gogh is in the asylum in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence. Near Arles, where he had been living and where he had met the postman, Joseph Roulin, the subject of this painting. And he is when he was basically, after he left the asylum, they packed up all of his stuff from Arles and sent it over. So he was probably surrounded by all of the paintings he had made while he was in Arles, and looking at them and thinking like, how what do I want to do? Maybe I could do new versions of these and make them even better. So even though Joseph Roulin had come to Arles, or to the asylum, to visit Van Gogh, I don't think that he's, I don't know. I haven't read all of Van Gogh's letters, and in those letters he probably talks very specifically about what happened. Okay, maybe I need to just want to, I'm not concerned with getting all the colors right, but I do want to try to get some of the form here. And that is hard to do when I'm blabbing on endlessly. Right, so these initial brushstrokes, we don't have to make them perfect. They don't all have to be nice and thin. In fact, a little bit sloppy, big brushstrokes is just going to save me a little bit of time at this scale anyway, because there's just going to be less stuff I got to paint in between them, right? Okay. Cool. I think that comes pretty close. You might have to use this color again somewhere down there, but okay. And remember, I mixed this other color, and I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." It wasn't the color I intended to mix, but I like it. Jeez, this is almost too close to this. We will use it, but I think we want to build up a little bit more. So what makes most sense now? Let's take our cool blue, and I need more cool warm. Sorry, that's warm blue, and sorry, loud sounds. So my warm yellow and warm blue. Take some white. Okay. A little bit of that hat up there. Okay, I'm going to be adding more and more white to this green. A little bit too intense. But let's just go with it. Let's just... When it comes to Van Gogh, there's no such thing as too intense, right? That focus. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of cool blue and mix this into here. That's going to give just a slightly different quality to this green. Alright, we're going to have a little bit slightly icier green. I kind of went a little far with that. That's a little bit too blue. So let's just put a bit more yellow. It's a bit too much. But I think, you know, this is kind of the way he's working, is applying color, testing it. Sometimes it works beautifully, sometimes it's too much. Okay, I'm just going to move a little bit further down and see if there's, I can put a bit of these same greens into his beard. Again, I'm not going to sit here and just try to get everyone in the right place. We're just trying to get a sense of how he's painting. Notice I'm sort of painting in between the paint, the strokes that I had there previously, that brown. Only once I've gotten, you know, a lot more paint on here will I then start to kind of paint over top of some of these existing colors. Okay. So I want a much more warm yellow. blue. What else? Let's go back to a little bit more of this icier blue. You can see how subtle the difference is between like adding a little bit more white, it kind of just stands out like a sore thumb. You add a little bit less and it disappears and doesn't feel like there's enough. That color for the eyes. Okay. Those, it's almost like this, I'm going to take this cobalt that we mixed there. Remember we painted the jacket with this? Take that and some of our just darker color, our kind of black. I'm just going to make it a bit of a gray, slightly gray, so add a little bit of white into here. Now, again, keep in mind that's the size of my fingernail, right? So this is the size of things here has got to be keeping it relative. Like we don't have a lot of room to work with. Lighten that color up. Some more white here. Looks like I need to go for a bit more of a purple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my cold red and mix this into here. Because I kind of want kind of a dirtier purple, not like a super highly intense purple. Take a bit more of, because remember this, we turned this into a bit of a gray. So right there, like that seems like a pretty muted purple. When I start putting it in here though, I think it's going to start looking like, whoa, pretty electric. So, you know, oops, that's not, I gotta close and reboot that software. So again, trying to go in between previous brush strokes and trying to do some of the darker colors on the bottom side of things, and we'll have higher highlights on the top. So maybe let's back out here. Okay, let's get something even darker. Let's take our black and our magenta that's kind of been mixed into here. Else do we? Okay. It's coming along. So let's just take a second and look at these side by side, how we're doing. Okay, so just as a couple things, this blue, that needs to go much warmer. Right now it's still quite cold. We need to get it a little bit more purpley blue, ultramarine blue. In fact, I wonder if I should just do that right now. So let's take our warm blue. Just going to do kind of a little glaze with it, with a little bit, oops, matte medium. I remember I told myself I was going to paint this with a small brush. Michael? Okay, I'm going to wipe that away because I've totally forgot how I was going to attack this. I was trying to do that quickly, which would be nice to finish it ASAP, but instead I want to do this a little bit more carefully. Gonna mix that back up. Okay. So this, again, this is going to take me some time to do this more authentically, but you could see the way that Van Gogh painted these brushstrokes in here. I'm going to do the same thing. So, you know what, it might be worth just doing a little bit of outlining with a darker color. There. That way I was just a little bit like, am I going to lose some of these details? So this is pretty subtle, but it's going to reward anyone who bothers to look at this painting for more than just a couple seconds. That rather than just using a big brush to do all of this, we're putting in smaller brush strokes. And notice how these brush strokes, they're going in directions. And they help to emphasize like the direction of these various different planes or surfaces. Now this color is very subtle, especially over top of the area I wiped away. I think when it dries, it's going to be barely visible. So we'll complicate it with another color. A few lighter, more purpley ones here. Darker ones. Right, so as it's drying, some of these ones I did there earlier are kind of almost disappeared. That's okay. Emerson says, I can't believe he could do these portraits of people in his yellow house with no air conditioning. That's a great point. Can you just imagine what life was like before air conditioning? We have an air conditioner in our daughter's bedroom, and that's the only one we have. Our daughter obviously gets is treated like a king or a queen. My wife and I suffer so that she can be happy, as all parents tend to do. Because I think we all know a cranky toddler is you might as well be living with a despotic dictator. if she's not happy, no one's gonna be happy. So. You know, when I was putting together this episode, looking at this particular painting of Joseph Roulin is different than the others in that the features, everything's kind of subtle. You know, it's not the loudest painting. And I think he's experimenting with a little bit of a different approach, and you know, like how wild or loud of contrast do I really want? Until he, like, unfortunately, like the tragedy of Van Gogh is he sort of figured out exactly how to make great paintings almost every time he sat down or stood next to the easel, and then he died. And it's like, oh, he was just really ready to really take off and go into a whole other stratosphere, and then he's gone. And, you know, it's possible that had he lived much longer, he might have been quite well known during the course of his life. Like, within his own, like, you know, Van Gogh is sort of talked about all the time as sort of famously, you know, that he didn't sell a painting during the course of his life, although I think he did sell a couple. So even that, I think, is wrong. Like, at least his brother, I guess, technically bought some of his paintings in exchange for all the money he was sending him. But let me just see. So that was too subtle, and now it's maybe a little bit too intense. That'll, as that dries, it might change a little bit. So maybe we'll just let that live, and then I might go back and paint some warmer blue over top of that. Let's do the similar thing for the hat. So this area actually up here, now that I'm looking at it more carefully as I'm painting it, it actually looks like he painted and then wiped that color away with like a rag or something. It is a little odd. It could even be a little darker. Okay, we'll save that to the next step. So maybe let's switch gears here now that we've got a fairly well-established beginning. I'll clean up some brushes. Okay, we're well on our way here. We've got the background established, the foreground. We've done a lot of work there that takes us pretty close to doing even arguably some finishing touches in those areas, depending on how long we want to spend there. But really what I want to do for like the next 30 minutes or so is work in the background at some of the patterning of the, I guess maybe it's, I don't think this would have been wallpaper or anything. I think this is something that he just himself created. It might have been based on a fabric that he saw somewhere. It could have been lifted from one of the Japanese prints that he would have brought with him from Paris. Remember, he had spent 3 months with Paul Gauguin with Gauguin painting right next to him, and Gauguin was a big advocate of painting more from memory than directly from life. So I would venture to say it's quite likely that this is just some made-up pattern that he's pulling out of thin air and applying into the background. So let's look here how this is all constructed. What I probably want to do is get some of these long vine-like tendril shapes in here first. And so he's got both orange and this dark blue that he's using. So we'll kind of alternate. I think maybe we'll start with a bit of the darker blue, and then we'll kind of complement that with some orange with a little bit of white in there. So this dark blue, let's just take our kind of, our kind of cobalt color that we had here before, our ultramarine blue. So you can see it's not my darkest blue, it's also not my lightest blue. It's kind of a little bit in between, right? But it's certainly going to stand out on this green background. Okay, now a lot of my pencil lines have disappeared as I was painting. So painted my background, put 3 layers of paint back there. So I've lost a little bit of it. So the thing that I want to do now is see if I can find, like, paint the things that I can find, and that will start illuminating things that I can't see at this point just yet. So what can I see? Maybe even having my outline nearby can also be very helpful. So, oops, it's still wet. And notice how, like, I'm holding the paintbrush kind of far away. And I'm just starting with some very light, barely visible brush strokes here. Because this actually is probably very close to the way that he painted this whole area. Probably just loosely painting things in. Alright, so this area I can't really see at all, so by creating these two landmarks, I can kind of think, okay, well, it's sort of a little bit halfway in between there. Okay. So let's move on to the other side here. Again, what can I see? Oh. Big blobs of paint came off my brush. Again, I can't see much of what's in here, so what can I see? Well, I can see a little bit of that. And again, don't worry about making all this perfect just yet, because we're not at that stage. Okay. So I think that's pretty good for that step there, to get that in place. I'm not looking forward to all those little tiny shapes. I wonder if I want to do that with a Posca pen, perhaps. I'll have to think about that. But in the meantime, let's paint. Let's get this orange in place here. I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush. Just get some yellow and red. A little bit of white. Okay, now I can be maybe a little bit more precise. That's a bit peachier than I was hoping. So that just tells me I need to maybe go for a part of this mixture that has a little bit less white, up the ratio of color to white. So I did end up putting a bit more white back in because as it was drying, it was getting maybe a little bit more subtle than I hoped. I don't mind it being a little bit more on the white side. Okay. Let's keep on charging ahead here. If I do feel these are too bright, I think they're gonna lose some opacity as they dry a little bit. I can paint back over top of them with a little bit of that orange without any white, and I'm pretty sure we'll be right in the zone. It looks like down here he might have painted something like this and then completely kind of obliterated it with some white. But I want to get that under part painted so that we can obliterate it with some white. Oh. Yeah, definitely, especially it looks more intense because I also don't have any of the darker shapes in the background. When those darker shapes get there, I think it's going to change things a little bit. It definitely is lighter than the original, but it's also being surrounded by a background that is lighter as well. It doesn't have the dark qualities of the finished version. And I think that's also going to play a major role in how that looks when it's finished, even if I do nothing else. again. Some blobs in the paint. And then here he's basically painted the whole thing in, and again painted part of it back out later. Okay, yeah, that is a little bit electric, but that's also, I tend to kind of like brighter colors anyway, so I could have gone for a little bit more subtlety there. It does make me feel like, well, I'm going to have to probably brighten up that face, add a little bit more, like I thought I was pretty close to being done with that face, but if I keep that background as it is, I might have to add a little bit more white into the face. Otherwise the background might really overwhelm the figure in the foreground. But that's sort of what happens. That's again why I wouldn't finish the figure in the front and then do the background, because what if I had it just immaculately perfect and then I did something in the background that destabilized the foreground, and then I'd be like, oh no. That's why I like to work kind of building things up incrementally, and I have a better handle on how the whole painting's developing. Okay, let's mix the white that we're going to use here. So this is basically just the white, you know, taking some of that orange that we just mixed, maybe making just a little bit more white-ish. And then interesting how these marks here become kind of angular. And then he takes some white. So I'm using now like almost white in those areas there. Let's go the other way now. We're going to take some yellow into this mixture. Got to get a little bit of this yellow that he's put into the jacket in a few places. This is my warm yellow with white. I'm going to paint this on the buttons, but after this dries I'll paint warm yellow over top without white in here. This just will help it to stand out. You can now see as I paint, like oh, I could add a lot of this warm yellow into the beard as well. Oops. I'm going to put a bit of matte medium in here. It's going to make it a little bit more fluid instead of using water, but also just a little bit transparent because this yellow is pretty intense. And you can see he's got a bit of thinner areas. Where else these colors are needed? Okay. Right, that takes a little bit of time to get all that done, hey? So that is also very helpful because now it helps us really see the value contrasts here. Mine are brighter, but I don't think that much brighter, because I think what I should do now is get, well, oh man, if I paint, I'm just painting all those little black areas. Let's see. I wonder what would happen if I used this blue Posca pen. That is blue. I mean, obviously it's going to be blue, but I was hoping it would go a little bit darker on this dark background. Because the black, I think, is going to be too dark. The blue is too light. I could do the blue and go over it with black. Or I could hand paint all those little suckers individually. Let's take a break from that and think about it. Ooh. Heidi says, love your background, Michael. Van Gogh was a patient painter. He painted this painting, they believe, in one day, which, again, is kind of remarkable considering, you know, my version here is about half the size, and, you know, we're going on a few hours here, and so he was fast. He knew what he wanted to do, and he was doing it. That background is going to change depending on how I approach it. The Posca pens I have are just going to create a very different look, and I don't know if it's a look I want. So I think I'm going to do the lengthy process of doing it all by hand. I'm going to take my black. I'm going to mix some matte medium in it, which is going to make it a little bit easier to paint. It's going to be a little bit more liquid-like. Let's put in a bit of this cool blue in there. So it's going to make it a little bit more transparent. We'll see how transparent it actually is when we start painting. Will it be too much? And will I want to go, oh, it's too transparent, let's lighten it up? We shall see shortly. And actually, I'm just going to blow dry all of this because there is some wet, thicker areas of paint. So if I'm going to be putting my hand all over that background, I don't want to be stamping paint all over. Okay. So the way that I'm going to do this, I'm going to use my smallest brush. This is a really small, narrow brush, and I'm going to do sort of the tops of one side, and then I'm going to rotate the canvas and do the other side of these shapes. Otherwise, it's just going to take a long time. So in other words, I'm going to do kind of go all the way around and then turn it around and do the other side. Well, potentially. I mean, I guess things could change. Right? Maybe it's helpful just to zoom in. This is not bad doing it the other you know, probably this would be ideal to do it this way, because otherwise I might get a real chain-like quality, and I think I want to have a little bit more randomness. Now these, I'm noticing as it's drying, it's getting more transparent. I think that's going to be okay, though. I think I just need to get a little bit higher ratio of black into my mixture. Maybe I need to allow a little bit more space in between them. I'm kind of getting bunched up, right? Doing it this way also has, rather than rotating it after I've done it, is, I'm sure I'd probably forget a dozen or so little to the other half of one of these shapes. See, already doing this, I see the background very differently. That background is kind of now darkening dramatically, to the point where it's even like the color of my green seems much darker than it previously was, and I'll wait till I get all these shapes in, but it won't surprise me if I realize, oh, maybe that I should have used a lighter green. Maybe it was too dark. Whereas this whole time I've been thinking, oh, I think that green is too light. That's why, it's my brain. I don't know about anybody else's, but just my brain's not big enough to think that many steps ahead. And sometimes you just gotta do it. Rather, you just, as much as I'd like to think that I'm really smart and I can think through the entire painting before I even begin. Truth is, I'm not that smart, and I need to just to do it and then see it. Oops, sorry, I'm not on camera here. And then it's going to get darker, and then it's also going to lighten up a little bit when I start putting all these little white dots in the center of these. So it's going to kind of seesaw back and forth a little bit over this next little bit. I am happy that I used some matte medium in here to thin this paint out and make it just a little bit more transparent. Had I not, I think this would just be too dark. I have never painted this many of this type of shape ever before in my life. And that's, that's another reason why, for me anyway, doing these episodes is fun, because it just gives me more options in my own painting. It just shows like, oh, okay, well, here's one solution that Van Gogh had for a background. Could I use that in my own painting somewhere? Or just as just a small area, or an entire background. I really think Van Gogh, almost more so than any other painter, was the most thoughtful about the background. He really spent sometimes more time in the background than he did on the face of the person sitting in the foreground, or the flowers, or the landscape. I mean, consider Starry Night. Both versions of Starry Night, not both versions, but he did two Starry Night paintings, I think, of totally different landscapes. One was kind of a harbor scene, and the other one is looking at cypress trees. But you know, Starry Night, it's the sky, that's those swirls in the sky that are so famous and iconic. And really, no other painter before or arguably since has really given that much attention to a nighttime sky. Most of the time, people either don't paint, like really don't really focus on the sky in a nighttime painting. There's like, it's just all black. It's kind of a empty, boring part of the painting, so I'll just put a little sliver of sky in there. Or I'll just have it as a big flat black shape without really any much of interest in that area. Or put something there like a big cloud, or an airplane, or who knows, right? Whereas Van Gogh was like, okay, I love this, I'm going to put something there, I'm going to create these swirls which aren't really there, but just like he's doing here, I don't think these were there when behind Joseph Roulin when he was painting him. I think this is just something he made wholly up from his imagination. Or, as I said, potentially based on a Japanese print, maybe. There was an area of one of those prints that had something similar to this that he decided to use. Paula says, I used indigo blue instead of black for these background shapes. That could have been cool. A dark blue. So as I do this, you know, the face is now starting to become much softer and gray, and it feels like it's sort of being overwhelmed by all of the patterning and color that I've been putting in the background. So as I say over and over and over again, that's exactly why I don't finish one part of the painting and then work on the other. It's because I have no idea what it's going to look like until the whole painting is kind of there, right? I'm also, you know, these shapes I'm putting in here are more densely packed together than his. I don't know why, it's just something, I was trying to space them out, and then it just, like, out of some habit, even though I've never done this before, I just keep putting them closer and closer together. So it is what it is. Oh, I haven't been on camera probably for 5 minutes here, jeez. Almost done. Okay, let's... So that feels great, because that what a difference that makes. It really just all of a sudden makes that whole area feel so much closer to being done. Wow. Okay. Let's do those little white dots inside there. And then maybe we'll be done with the background. I'm not sure. I hesitate just to say yes. I think those so-called white dots aren't just pure white. I think there's a little bit of color in there. So I don't mind getting a little bit of just some random color in here, because I don't think I want it just to be super, super white. It's a little bit of an off greenish yellow. Okay. And now again, this is going to take me some time to go back through. In fact, I'm going to blow dry all that just to help set anything that's still wet. Okay. I guess let's go right back up to the top here. Maybe zoom quite so far in. See how the reason why I made this just a little bit of a gray is, if it had been pure white, I think it would have been way too bright. And I might not even notice it until I'm all done. These ones, you know, they're you know, compared to a white, this is nowhere near white, but it sure looks white on here. Like, every color is relative to the colors around it. And that's particularly important in a painting like Van Gogh's, because he's using the same kind of color theory that the pointillist painters whom he befriended used. Which is the opposition of colors, contrasting colors and against one another. So instead of painting a green, some of the pointillist painters would paint a yellow and a blue side by side, and those colors together would form a green in the mind of the viewer. Not too unlike the printing process in the Ben-Day dot patterning that we talked about with Roy Lichtenstein. This is a cool background. I was not too excited about doing it, but now that I am doing it, I feel really happy with it. It's one of those things that, you know, you're like, ah, it's just going to be time consuming. I'm not really sure if it's going to work or turn out. What if it's, I spend all this time and it's a big bummer? Painting usually rewards you. Are there times where you can spend a lot of time on something and it doesn't turn out? Absolutely. But does that mean that that was time wasted? I sure hope you don't think that way, because every painting teaches us something if you're open to the lesson that it contained within it, right? And really, that's kind of a metaphor for life too, right? You know, there's always lessons that we can lessons that we can attend? No, what is a lesson that you can, do you learn from a lesson? Is that what, getting into semantics here? What, there's always a lesson to be had, I guess is the saying, right? There's always a whatever it is, there's a lesson in it. So this is gonna, now I am gonna have to do more work than maybe expected back in the face. That's okay. You know, that's life, I guess, right? But now, again, I don't know, I'm just a broken record, but I'm just grateful that I didn't finish that face completely and then get to this point where I'm like, ugh, everything needs to be lightened up like 40% in that face, and here I thought I was done. How am I going to do that? Okay. Wow. That was awesome, hey? So you can really see how all those dots, now it does start to lay the path out for where the lighter things are going to happen. Like for instance, in this beard, mostly we actually have darker colors. Yes, we do want to add a few darker areas in the beard, but I think primarily what we're going to want to do is lighten up and put highlights in there, highlights on the face. So, but before I do that, maybe just want to go through the here, and is there anything that, does anything need to be changed? Anything need to be added? Well, maybe before I've just totally closed the book on my background, I might want to add a few darker areas. Like, Okay, similarly. Does make a big difference, so just a little bit of outlining in a few select places. It is possible that after I've gotten a little bit further done on the face, I will want to come back here. Ideally, I would be done with this area, but okay, I think that's good enough. Just gonna clean up a few brushes so that I'll have them at my disposal in the home stretch here. Okay, and I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, let's switch out teas. Cold tea from 3.5 hours ago, but it's tea, and I love tea, so I won't complain. Let's move on here. Okay, so we've finished the background. At least I think it's finished. Well, you never say never, but really what we're going to do now is just focus on the foreground. Focus on the hat, face, beard, and jacket. I'd say most of the jacket and hat are completed, and we're just working on the head itself. But yeah, I think we're pretty close. I have to brighten things up, but really the main things are in place here. We're just kind of almost finishing touches, really. So let's look at the original and just see side by side a little evaluation of what we want to do. As I said, some of this, I put a little bit extra white in these colors, so this background is maybe 15% brighter in some place. Yeah, almost overall, like even in here that's brighter. So that means that this also has to get 15% brighter. Otherwise, because right now he's sort of being overwhelmed by all of this details in the background, and we need him to be at least as saturated and as light in the highlights as these areas are, right? Otherwise, again, he's just going to fade to which is not necessarily a bad thing for a figure to sort of get overwhelmed by the background. Like Gustav Klimt made a whole career out of figures who are sort of being overwhelmed by patterns, and they're fantastic, right? We did a Gustav Klimt painting, I think it might have been on Christmas Day or a few years ago, or at least right around Christmas. So I'm definitely a fan of his work, but there's just different ways to make a painting, right? Different philosophies. Okay. Where should we focus on? I'm wondering, should I work my way down? Maybe let's go to the hat here. Let's try. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guess if I do the hat, then it makes sense to do the jacket afterwards. Let's kind of almost out of all the colors, so I might need a little bit of refresh in the palette. I'm going to take this warm blue right out of the tube. Previously I keep adding medium to it. I'm going to take this right out of the tube and paint this. In here. Again, because saturated colors will come forward in space. Colors that have white, black, or, well, white and gray at least, will recede. Just like mountains in the distance kind of get a little bit lighter and gray. Right, that's much better. Right. In fact, let me just show you the difference between. Well, actually, it looks not too dissimilar from the jacket. In fact, it might be worth just taking this same color and seeing if there's some darker blues. this blue, ultramarine blue is fairly transparent, so I won't be too surprised here when this dries and I've got it might kind of go on pretty dark here, but become far less intense. Because right now that's like, whoa, this is a really, really, really warm blue. I think you'll see as it starts to dry, it's going to fade. Not completely, but it just won't be the same as when it's wet. That's another reason why I really like using matte mediums when I'm painting, because glossy paints tend to look, when they're dry, they still look wet, and usually when things are wet they appear to be darker and more saturated colors. I mean, that's why people like it as well, right? So, you know, there's two sides to every coin. I'm so full of cliches, right? So it's just personal preference, but I always just find, like, when I'm painting with acrylic, and if everything is wet, or everything's glossy, then I don't know what's wet, what's dry. I find that very confusing. It's the same thing when I paint with oil paint. I tend to use, I'm a little bit heavier on my odorless mineral spirits, or what people used to use, turpentine, because that will make the paint more matte, as opposed to putting in like linseed oil into the paint, because that will make the paint shinier and glossier, and it becomes harder to tell what's wet and what's dry. I personally prefer to paint in a matte way, and then if I really want, I can do a gloss varnish over top of everything, and that will make the colors pop at the very, very end. But you don't usually, you want to wait until the whole painting is thoroughly dry and then varnish. And I've only varnished a few times in my entire career. Varnishing is just is a little bit of a lost art. Okay, that's intense. It's definitely, well, it's there. I think I've accentuated it, is maybe the nicest way to put it. Take my black. Okay. See how even just adding a little bit more of those intense colors, that blue, doing a little bit of black outlining, all of a sudden, like, oof, that figure starts to re-emerge from that background. That's pretty satisfying, right? He was sort of disappearing a little bit there. Now it seems very clear that the last thing to do is just the beard, really. Well, not the face and the beard. I guess the posts and the label on his hat, of course. Paul says, I don't like gloss either. It doesn't look natural. Well, there is, you know, gloss can be really helpful. Like so for instance, you know, when we did the water landscape, Ivanovsky, the waves crashing, if I had even just done a final glaze of clear gloss paint, those waves would come alive. Like water, it really helps to have a little bit of gloss in there, because it looks like how water behaves. Water is, you know, reflects light very easily. So sometimes having the gloss can make a huge difference. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that again. So there was like a little blob of paint here that, you know, if that on its own would dry, but I just have a fear that my wrist is gonna squeeze right over top of that. Okay, let me just get a few more colors back on here. Okay, I think I got everything I need. Let's zoom back in. This is where we're going to spend the majority of the rest of today. You know what's interesting is the way that this is painted, these Van Gogh marks, it kind of confuses the camera, or at least my eye. It keeps thinking like this is, I think it feels out of focus. Okay, so what do we want to do? I think what we want to do is we want to mix these same colors here, but just add a little bit, tint them a little bit more. And really what we're kind of going for is some grays. Actually, you know what? Maybe before I go to those highlights, I think I want to actually add a little bit more darker colors in here just to finish that off. So let's take our warm blue, a bit of cool red. We're going to get like a dark purple, and let's put some black into that purple. And we'll paint with that. So again, I'm doing mostly darker lines here at the base of these kind of swirls, because that's where obviously the light is, or the shadows we would expect would be. You know, you wonder what Roulin would have thought about these paintings. You know, someone's expectation back in 1880s, 1889, about what a portrait would look like would have been very different than what Van Gogh was doing, especially in a smaller town like where the Roulin family lived. They would never have seen anything like this. And I think that probably would have also added to this idea of Van Gogh being totally insane. You know, I think if Van Gogh had lived his entire life, or his breakthroughs had happened when he was in Paris, you know, I don't know if he would have. That would have been interesting to kind of almost like a situation. How would things have unfolded for him? Because he probably would have gone largely unnoticed, or at least like all of his antics and behavior, like I think. Yeah, it just him painting what he painted, where he painted it, I think had a great deal to do with how he was perceived. I just don't think if he was in Paris, people would have batted an eye. Like, oh yeah, whatever. There would have been dozens of painters doing quite wild things as well there. And if he, in the asylum, we got lots of people like you doing crazy things, just not so strange, unusual. In the middle of the countryside, in southern France, 1880, like, you're asking for, it's the same sort of thing. Like, when I was younger, I was into punk rock music, growing up in Calgary, Alberta, which still to this day is a very conservative town, and people are driving around in pickup trucks and blaring country music. Punk rock music is like, you really stand out like a sore thumb when you're playing that kind of music in that kind of environment. So that dramatically improves that beard, all those darker values appearing here, I think. And then when we get some lighter ones in, that's going to make a big difference as well. Let's get the shape. That eyelid. Let's take a bit more magenta onto this color. Technically it's more of a brown, but I'm just going to go magenta here because it's going to, with all that black, that magenta is going to look pretty brown. Okay, I'm going to jump over here to my warm red. I guess I'll put a bit of yellow in here. Slightly orangey. Actually, maybe I need a bit more. Okay. let's do this. Add just a little bit of white in there. Okay. Let's go to, let's do some green. Let's take some of our warm blue and warm yellow. Take that as it is. Any more? I'm looking for more green like this. Add a bit of white to it. This slightly darker green for a second. I get much more yellow into this green here. Okay, let's just keep on going. Add a little bit of white to that. Let's get more yellow. Get even more white. I'm just going to start moving away from that area because otherwise I'm just keep on taking paint. It's going to just keep getting darker, so... So this is where it feels scary to start putting in some much lighter colors after you've already done a lot of painting, because it's like, oh, I don't know, it's so bold. Does it really, do I need to? let's start putting some highlights. Let's get a little bit of a gray in here. So gray, you know, white and black. Mix that together. Maybe let's put a little bit of cool blue in here. A little bit intense, so let's just take a bit more black. So, you know, there's an aspect of doing this that sort of feels like I'm painting over the same things over and over and over again. And it's like, oh my goodness. Can't I just get it right the first time? But that's not really the way that Van Gogh paints, right? He's building up, building up, building up, building up layers. And it's the overall force of all of those layers accumulated that gives the painting power, right? So while we might want to skip over some of this or just feel like, I've kind of done it, I've painted that area once with one color, why do a second? Or feel like I'm just painting out things I painted before. Doesn't make any sense. But all those colors are important. They're all playing a role. I'm going to put some of this warm yellow into here. Actually, maybe, you know what? I think I want just a warm yellow with more white. It was a little bit too gray. I think this will be okay, but let's. This might be intense. Is that too much? Yeah, it's a little much. So let's just go back and get a little bit of gray on there. And so some of this is maybe a little bit counterintuitive, because now we're putting some quite light colors, maybe almost the lightest color here, into some of the darker areas. And that's very Van Gogh, right? I mean, that's... We wouldn't see this in most portraits where all of a sudden, you know, a really bright color like this goes into any of these places, but that's just how he paints. That's what he's doing here. He's breaking the rules. I'll take some of my cool blue. I want a bit of more icy, yellowy color that I see. Still not enough. Okay. So I'm feeling that we're really, really close to being done here at this point. So I just want to do a few little finishing touches and then we'll wrap up. So a few little things. I mean, geez, I don't know. What is left to do? It's interesting because that looks so much brighter on camera than it is in person. Anyway, I'll just move forward. Let's take some of our warm yellow. Just a little bit of white. Mostly just to make it stand out just a little bit. And I'm going to go back up here. And let's put the word post here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put this bottom line in. So this could be a place where you might want to use a Posca pen, perhaps. So that is a little bit lighter, a bit more yellowy, but as it dries, I think it's going to fade out a little bit. But I don't mind it that it's a little bit brighter either. Okay, likewise, there's some buttons down here. I have this feeling I just need to keep lightening a little bit on this face. I'm not convinced it's light enough. It looks pretty good on camera, but in person it looks kind of grayish. Oops. wanted to get a little bit of a red, pink. Oops, not the right color. I think what's also lacking is I need a little bit of little highlight in that eye. So this is pure white. Really looking for any places that need like really, really intense white. Okay, and then lastly, I keep thinking about lightning, but I think I want to add a little bit more dark blue to his eyebrows. So this is just, you know, a little bit of my cool blue, cool and warm blue and black. Oops. I don't. So now just looking for any final areas I think that's good. Let's call it a day. Whew! Pretty close. Okay. So we're at that time now where we can do a side-by-side comparison and take a look at the two paintings and see how close we came or how far away we actually are, and do a quick little evaluation. So before we do so, just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're new to the channel, that notification bell is super helpful because I often do these bonus episodes out of the blue, and you would know when they happen if you did. Of course, also subscribe to or like the Facebook group and upload your version of today's painting. so that we can celebrate your achievement, and I can give you some feedback in a couple of weeks when we do our next feedback episode. You can leave a donation via PayPal. You can use the YouTube Super Chat. Contact me by my email. Contact me through the Facebook group. Lots of different ways that you can help support the channel and keep it up and running. Okay, so the painting, and let's get this set up. Maybe I'll just back it out a little bit because I've got a little bit more room in the top and bottom, etc. It's interesting, the colors, I'm not exactly sure how it'll look on your screen. On camera, the colors do look like 10% more saturated than they are. So I think I'm actually quite close to the original. Not exactly, but pretty close. Like I notice his mustache seems really green right here. I don't think it's anywhere near that green in person, but it is, you know, always interesting to see those differences. His jacket also seems lighter, so I could, you know, potentially even just take a ultramarine blue and just do a thin glaze over here, but I don't know. I don't mind it as it is. That area also might be a little bit bright. That might be one area where I just decide, you know what, I think I'm gonna tone that down just a little bit. Maybe I need to get the proper brush for this. Yeah, just take a little bit of the edge off of that area. Okay, maybe let's zoom in. Obviously, my brushstrokes are a little bit more, they're wider, maybe more dramatic than his, just because I'm painting on a canvas half the size, and I'm using the smallest brushes I have to do that. But, you know, all in all, like, I think that's kind of cool to see them side by side like that. I think we got the majority of the colors, and they're slightly more amped up in mine, but again, I think that could also just be the way that it appears on camera. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I just want to see if we look up a bit. I mean, my blues kind of glow a little bit more than his. The beard, like, he definitely has a bit more nuance in the beard, but that's, you know, a few more hours of work to make that happen. I also added a lot more of the sort of Van Gogh-ish kind of brushstrokes onto his jacket than we see there. It looks like he actually wiped paint away with a rag, and that's the effect that we see there. So whereas mine looks like it might have looked before he wiped the paint away, right? Where are we? We're going up to the top of his hat there. Just looking in the textures in the background here. A lot more white in these colors than he has. Like, I quite like how this little area turned out right here. I think that's kind of cool. Although, what do I want to do there? Oops. Pink was too much. I remember looking at that earlier, thinking I want to do something with that later on. After I say I like how that looks. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Thanks so much for painting along. Enjoy the rest of your evening. On Thursday, we're going to be doing a Paint the News episode about the 75th anniversary of the Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. Was it a UFO crash or not? We'll talk all about that. I've been reading some pretty wild books that talk about both sides of the story, so there's lots to talk about on Thursday. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, maybe it's the middle of the night, wherever you are. Thanks so much for painting along with me and learning a little bit about painting. We'll see you guys all in a couple of days. Good night, everybody. Take care. Woo! That was a long one.